Right. It's day 205, week 30, year 2025. Boom. Let's go. I had a motherfucking ho. Yes, I'm behind on my game plan, but to be fair, I worked very hard yesterday. Worked till 11. Uh, Hi, good morning. I was looking for the person or department that orders ink, for the printers that you guys use. Yeah, of course. My name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS in Cardiff, and I was looking for the person that orders ink for the printers. Oh, it's like a head office. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm gonna put this on my notes, but thank you very much for letting me know. Anyway, thank you. You too. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye. Let's go. €25. Payment. That's what you call bonus. Hi, good morning, Rebecca. I was looking for the person that orders ink, for the printers that you guys use. Ooh, let me write this down. You don't have their number by any chance, do you? Oh, no, it's fine. Is it, do you know the name of the group or the name of the company it's under? Add-on. ARD? And collection. Oh, collective. Okay, perfect. I'll do a bit of research on it. Thank you very much for letting me know. Thank you. Cheers. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Let's buy a decent cooler box. And cheers. Buy a decent cooler box. And I wanted to buy three tablets. Um, Hi, good morning. Um, I was looking. Hi, good morning. I was looking for the person that. Hi, can you hear me? Hello. Hi, sorry. I was looking for the. Yeah, I can hear you. I was looking for the person that orders ink for the printers. Yeah, I was looking for the person that orders the ink cartridges for the printers. Ye- my name's Charles. Yeah, I run my own independent ink business called SOS in Cardiff. Hi. Yeah, of course. Thank you very much. What would the best email address be? Yeah. McDonald, yeah. Hotels with an S, yeah. .com. And who is that I'm addressing it to? Michell or one L? Okay. I was going to ask thank you for that, but I was going to ask very quickly before you go, do you happen to know the name of a printer so I can send the price in the email as well? Pro? Yeah. Does it have a letter M with it and three numbers by any chance? Yeah, yeah, that does mean something actually. It means it's on lease actually, which is not good for me. Do you know do you know if any of them do not say the word managed, or the ones that you see they say the word managed, if that makes sense? Have the letter E. Yeah, yeah. I'll send Michelle the email anyway because you never know, she might have one beginning with the letter M. But yeah, I'll send it over. But thank you very much for your time and your help. I do appreciate it. Thank you. You too. Bye bye. Bye. Uh, let's make one more call. Fortunately, Charles, you have to crack the fuck on. I have to do one more. Hi, good morning. I was looking for the person that orders ink, for the printers that you guys use. Is he any good normally on email or better to try again on the telephone? Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, and shall I send it when he's back? I can schedule it to arrive when he's back. I don't. Yeah. 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 Sandymount hotel. Yeah. So Mates. Uh, and what was his first name? Uh, Perfect. I was going to ask before you go, and I really appreciate the information. Thank you for that. But I was going to ask, and I know it's a bit of a tricky question, but do you happen to know the name of a printer so I can use I can use it as an example in the email? Yeah, perfect. Does it say LaserJet Pro or Color LaserJet Pro? Yeah, it might have a letter and three numbers if that helps. Oh, thank you. No, it's gonna. You said HP, so with HP printers, normally in hotels anyway, they've got. Yeah, yeah. That is exactly what I need. No, that's perfect. But it's interesting that printer as well because the it's an enterprise. It's a color laserjet. Is it color? Yeah, it's an interesting printer. Is it one that has quite a big touchscreen on the right hand side, and it's got a couple of paper trays as well? Not an extra paper tray, like quite a big paper tray actually, so it looks double the size of the first one, if that makes sense. Yeah, yeah, because it's a quite an interesting printer because the cost of the consumables for the high capacity anyway, for a full set, it probably costs 1,200 euro, something like that. Still, I'm trying to work it out, but sterling, it costs 1,025 sterling, but if I convert that to euro, yeah, you're probably talking about 1,200, 1,300 euro. So, but that's high capacity. There is I think there's a standard, which seems a bit less, but they do less pages. So technically, it actually works out to be more. But I definitely think Matty, potentially anyway, could be interested, only because the cost of them, when you go to buy them, they can set people back quite a bit. When should I You said he's back. Should I schedule it for Monday? Perfect. Should I schedule the email to arrive on Tuesday? Because I don't like disturbing people the day they're back, if that makes sense. Or or does it make much difference? Ah, perfect. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'll do that. Perfect. I'm going to send over now, but I really appreciate your time and your help on it. Thank you very much. Thank you. You too. Thank you. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye. I mean, that's what the fuck we're talking about, boys. It's interesting. Hmm. Hmm. How the fuck have I never quoted this in Ireland? Bing. 'Kay. Bit of sorting out to do. Uh, Uh, 5.5, 4.5. And uh, okay. So you're saying 150, 200 quid, 200 euro. 150, 200, 200, 200. Hussein is black 130, colors are 175. Fuck me. Oh yeah, I gotta turn these fucking notifications on. Uh, uh, that's crazy, by the way. I don't think that's correct, but we will see. So you're saying the black is 230, and colors are 310. Yeah, right. Sneeze. Hmm. It's tricky to know. What are you saying? Work it out. So if he's to order a full set, so it costs him 130, 175 times 3. 175 times 3, 30, 660, 660. High yield, standard, ST. D! 300 plus 25 plus 5 equals 380. Times 2 equals 760. I would say this has to be lower. Yeah. Ah, last call. 2 hour callbacks. Ah. Hi, good morning. I was looking for the person that orders ink, for the printers that you guys use. Hi, good morning. I was looking for the person that orders ink, for the printers that you guys use. It's on like a lease, like a contract. Yeah, I'll put this on my notes, but thank you very much for letting me know anyway. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bria. Hiya, Andrea, how are you doing? Not too bad. I was here till 11 last night. Yeah, I smashed it. I haven't worked like that for a long time. So yeah, tidy. Yeah, yeah,
Which then, including VAT, would be £156.
yeah,
Okay. Now, if we moved you to Brunel on a co-working option, it would be £146 plus VAT,
yeah.
which would be a total of £175.20. So
Okay.
you'd be paying £19.20 more
Yeah,
than you would be in Nant,
okay.
and you would be where you wanted to be.
Exactly.
Be obviously from the 1st of November.
Yeah,
Now, with regards to the deposit,
yeah,
obviously we require 2 months on your account. Obviously, there's already £200 on there,
yeah,
so they would charge you then what they call a top-up retainer of £150.40.
yeah. And there's no VAT, is there, on deposit?
No.
Okay.
Okay. So that then would top you up to where you needed to be.
Okay.
So I think honestly that is probably your better option, and you'd be where you wanted to be.
So what do I do with this email then? Do I leave it as it is and let it automatically renew?
Good. If you're happy with those prices, because what they'll do is if you changed over to Brunel, obviously your agreement wouldn't officially start until, well, we could move you straight away.
Yeah. But officially, It wouldn't start till the new contract, you mean? On the 1st of November? Yeah.
Start it from the 1st of October if you wanted to. Yeah?
I would, to be honest, I'm happy with whatever is the simplest, whatever is the least admin work for you guys. So whatever, but I'm gonna go with your recommendation. So whatever you tell me, that's what I'll go for.
With everything, because obviously, thinking about it, you want to be in Brunel. Obviously, it would be on the co-working option.
Initially, yes, because on a long-term basis, 100% is I want an office. And to be honest with you, I went home last night, and my office at home is wrecked. It keeps being used, stuff is missing, things like that, and that
Yeah.
really annoys me. So to be honest
Yeah.
with you, the office may be sooner rather than later, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. Starting from the 1st of October, because I can amend it.
Yeah,
I said what we call a manual agreement showing the prices on there.
yeah, perfect.
Agreement, then it states that you've already got £200 in deposit, so it would just be a top up required to equate to the 2 months.
Okay.
Okay. Now, obviously, as you say, once the kids go back to school, you'll probably be using it sort of from 4 o'clock onwards anyway.
Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. But I think, yeah, initially it makes more sense sticking to that plan. But in reality, the sooner it probably will probably end up needing my own space here, permanent space, you know.
Now, then you have obviously got the 2 hours free
Exactly.
per day.
Exactly. And that sugar room. Do you know which one I'm on about? The sugar lounge or something? I don't know what it's called. It's called sugar something. Yes. Well, the light goes on and off. That's the thing. The light goes on and off.
Then you can't use that or 60 registered with that.
Exactly. 100%. Yeah. And I'm where I need to be. Even if I don't have an office here, I'm in the building, which is one step closer to getting the office, you know?
Required anyway, so if you didn't use the 2 hours free per day, you could probably get away, especially if you're going to use it sort of later on in the day, early evening, because nobody uses them then anyway.
Yeah, to be honest with you, from my understanding, the co-working was next door to where I was. Is it room number 42?
I believe it is, yeah.
But I think there was one guy in there, but I've never been in there. I know there's from what I've seen through the window, it looks like there's one divider. But how many desks are in there?
You know, to be honest, like I said, I haven't been up to Brunel for ages. I've come again a couple of times, but I haven't been up there for a while.
Because
so I could have
well,
a look at the layout.
well, yeah, it'd be worth checking because when the kids go back, I would then move my stuff into the co-working. And am I right in saying my stuff would be there permanently, wouldn't it? My monitor, my keyboard, my mouse, it would be there permanently. Which exactly, so then I can grab it if somebody's in there, like a bit similar to Selvin in Nantgaru. I could just grab my whatever I needed and go to the business lounge, or grab what I needed, go to the meeting room, you know. But at least I've got my stuff there already. But I'm not convinced. Mitch mentioned there were 5 desks in there, but it looks like a two-person office. If I'm being honest, it looks the size of a two-person office, unless I'm mistaken. But uh, the room layout looks exactly the same as room number 40 and room number 41. It looks no bigger than those two rooms. But I definitely think that moving forward, I think that's the best option. Did the price for these two rooms, are they ridiculous? Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought so. I thought 800. Yeah, but Mitch, give us a price for the that's a one person, isn't it? But he's given us a price for that already at 250. Do you remember I texted to you. So basically, when Mitch came over, if you look on our text, bear with me, I'll bring it up now. So here we go. Text you yesterday, 11:01. I said, "Hi Andrew, Mitch popped in after I text you. He gave me prices on room 13B. Oh, hang on a second. Hang on. Teresa. Let's get all my... Hi, good morning. I was just looking for Teresa. Hello? Oh, is that Teresa? Oh, sorry. Sorry, I was just looking for Teresa. It's Charles. I run my own independent ink business in Cardiff. I was just wondering if she's free. Yeah, sure. If you just let her know that I called, can I leave you my Dublin number? Would that be okay with yourself? Yeah. So my name's Charles. It's the Dublin number 01-265-5191. But please tell her there's no rush to get back to me. She did say that it was fine to give her a call, but trying to catch people at the right time is an art in itself, shall we say? Um, I was going to say, is it best to try? Is there any particular day to try, even if it's like next week or what have you? Just hit or miss. Oh, really? Is she going off when she um is she in this week and next week, or is she off next week? Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what then. If you don't mind, if you just mention to her, if there is potentially anything that she needs or is looking at before she goes away, then obviously call me. But if not, when is she back? So the week beginning the 11th? No, no, you said 2.5 weeks. So yeah, perfect. So what I'll do is I'll try the week after. So is Monday normally a bad day to try and call, or just it doesn't matter? Hit and miss, yeah. But I'll try the week after she's back. I won't try the week she is back. So I really appreciate you letting me know that. I'll and tell her. So I won't obviously speak to her for a while. But if she does need me, that's my number, and she has me on email as well. Would that be okay? Not at all. Not at all. Thank you for taking my number. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye. Where's Hi, good morning. I was just looking for Julianne. No, yeah, actually, if you don't mind, my name's Charles. I'm not in any particular rush to get hold of her, but can I leave you my Dublin number? Would that be okay with yourself? It's 01-265-5191. There's no particular rush. So I quoted her for some ink before. I'm trying to touch base with her, but do you know of a good time to try again? Is she in tomorrow or next week? Oh, perfect. Do you know what? I feel like a GP surgery if you look at my calendar with all my 10-minute slots. You wouldn't even. Is it best to try in the morning or the afternoon? In the afternoon tomorrow. Is she there till 5 or earlier? Oh, fantastic. I'll try again tomorrow. Thank you very much, though. Much appreciated. You too. Cheers. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. That's not the same Julianne, mate. Oh, it is. 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 You dickhead. Go back to here a minute, Charles. Right. Hi, good morning. Is that Laura? Hi, Laura. It's Charles from SOS in Cardiff. Not too bad. Those months flew by. 'Cause, we set a call back for the end of July, but I think it was 3 months ago when we last spoke. Yeah, when I do these callbacks and everyone says call me in 6 months or call me in 3 months, and I do it, and then I'm thinking it feels like I only called them last week, you know. But um, but I wrote down quite a bit last time because you said quite a bit. So we set up in actual fact, yeah, there is on my notes. Set up a 12-week call. Yeah, so it was 12 weeks since we spoke. It might have been even to the day as well because with my calendar I count it. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, so everything's up in the air again. Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What's staying? What's going? Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah. Onto like a contract. Yeah, 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 yeah. He's gonna go. Yeah. I, well, I've got a suggestion. I have got a good suggestion. Why don't we? And might be a really good suggestion actually, in terms of being patient and everything. Why don't we just stick to what if you need anything, and even if it's just, for example, say it's just a toner for €40, just as an example. So say you're paying €60, and then my quote is €40. Then obviously that's justification to save money. But say you get a spare toner when you need one for yours. What that then means, it means that the onus then would be on you to get in touch with me. Obviously, I don't mind calling back, no problem at all. But in terms of using a supplier, technically, you'd think, oh, Charles, that's who I get the spare toner from, And then if you order, say, one toner, say, every 3 months or even every 6 months, whilst you order the spare, you could say, oh, by the way, the systems are now being built. This is the way we're going with paper. It might be worth you doing X, Y, Z, but you can just tell me what I need to do. So I might not be able to do anything. Or you might say, ring all 8 sites, tell them that Laura from accounts has said to call. I'll do whatever. But the point is, if I'm on your books in a way, just as a like as a how do I put it? It's just I know it's menial. It's just one toner, but I'll give you an example. I got my first credit union yesterday and she only ordered one toner. But I've been told by my wholesaler in Dublin that the credit union sector, because we don't have a credit union sector over here in the UK, nothing that I can do anything about because we just have the banks. We don't have what you guys have with the credit unions. So he said to me, Charles, listen, this is a really big sector. She only ordered one toner. It's €40 and 5 deliveries. She only ordered €45. So, but the point is, on her next order, she might order five. She might order for a color printer. She might order this. She might order that. She might order the other. The point being, It's not up to me what she orders, but I am now on her books, and now I'm trying to get into another, Neve Brendan, the other one's called St Dominic's, is the one. Yeah, sorry, look. No, no, it's fine. Let me let you go because I know you're busy. No, it's fine. Do you ever use WhatsApp, Laura? Okay, okay. So I've got a WhatsApp business account, which so what I'll do is I'll message you on WhatsApp. And then I'll just leave you my number, my Dublin number, obviously my contact details, and then you've already got me on email. The prices haven't changed since we first spoke last year, so the goalpost won't change regards to that. And then just come back to me. There's no rush. I, I, Listen, I don't feel fobbed off, honestly. I don't, so don't apologize. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yourself, yeah, 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 yeah. You got a lot going on. So what I'll say then, why don't I send you a WhatsApp message with my contact details, and then why don't I set up a call back for January? The reason I say January, I like the month of January because it feels a bit like a fresh start, new year, and all that. And I never try and do them in the first week. It's normally in the second week, and I'll just touch base with you in January, and then at least you can sit on and say nothing's changed. Call me in three. The problem is with 12 weeks, 3 months, it just flies by. It really does. I mean, it's going to fly by till January, if I'm being honest, but at least it feels like a new year. And then the onus is on you to get in touch with me. So you can always ring me, message me on WhatsApp, but there's no pressure at mine whatsoever. And at the end of the day, even if it means I get my foot in the door with one toner, I could just be there in the background for the other sites. Maybe years before I can get any business properly, but at least I'm there. I really appreciate that. There's a lot going on. Yeah, the last thing, with all due respect, the last thing you need is because this is right at the bottom of your list. I mean, as you put me on hold, I actually just received an email off another credit union, and he was really keen to get me on board. But well, he just emailed me actually, and he just said, which to be fair to him, he said he's quite busy, and he said something, and it reminded me of you because obviously you put me on hold, and he said, hi Charles, sorry, just up to my balls at the moment, and I was out of the office each time you rang We're currently looking at printer options, so we'll put this on hold until we figure out what route we are going to take there. I will be in contact when I know more. So he's just saying exactly what you're saying. So this happens all the time, and the thing is, I don't want people to hear my voice or see an email and be like, oh, for God's sake, you know, because at the end of the day, if the time comes, I'll be there and we can rock and roll. If that time doesn't come, no problem, you know. But I'm certainly not. I think a call every 12 is too soon. It'll fly by, you know. Yeah, which direction? Yeah, yeah. We'll just take it from there. Yeah, definitely, Laura. But thank you very much for taking my call again. I really appreciate it. I'll send you that message, and you have a lovely day. And I appreciate how hard it's been for you guys. But you know, it's going to go quicker. The busier you are, the quicker it goes. That's what you got to think. But you have a nice summer. I'll speak to you soon. Thanks, Laura. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye. Um, Kira. Hi, good morning. I was just looking for Igor. Egon, sorry, my apologies. Um, oh, Egon. Egon, I've on my notes I put with an R, and then everyone said Egon, and I'm thinking I normally trust my notes, but clearly my notes are not good enough. Because every time I've called back a few times, and they've said Igor or Egon, and I've gone, I'll go with what you think. Yeah, yeah. I bet you're used to people getting it wrong. I was trying to impress you by getting it right, to be honest with you. But yeah, I don't want to be. Are you sure it's not ego? No, it's definitely Egon. You, exactly. 100%. So that's fine. It's I don't know if you remember speaking to me. My name's Charles. I we spoke last week, I think it was. You said that you were going to forward the prices to management. Y- do- No, nothing back. Just to clarify very quickly. I did put Egon in the email, and you replied back to me, and I replied back to you with Egon. But on my callback, I that's what I've got wrong. So just to clarify, I did spell it right. Yeah. But I did spell it right. I did spell it right. I'm one of the good ones, Egon. Okay, I just want to put that out there. Yeah, but bearing in mind, there is no rush from my end. It's just I'm going with the flow. So you know, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, of course. Do you want me to touch base with you maybe in 6 weeks or something like that? Because yeah. Do you want me to touch base with you maybe in another week? You think you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself, Egon? Ego would have waited 6 weeks. Ego doesn't care. He just wants to get me off the phone. But Egon, he's a professional. Yeah, of course. So my email is Charles. No, it's fine. So my email is Charles at, and then it's SOS LTD. Yeah, LTD dot Inc. INK. Yeah, I appreciate that. Bearing in mind, if you do have any other printers, of course, we've only quoted one. But if there's anything else, because obviously that would give them a fairer view of, um, yeah, of course, because one, yeah, I might be cheaper on one, but there might be a second one I may not be cheaper on. So we need to make sure that we've got the right information as well. Yeah, yeah, no problem at all. No problem at all. I'll speak to you soon. Thank you. Thanks, Egon. Bye bye. Thank you. Bye bye. Bye. Hi, good morning. I was just looking for Eileen. Yeah, of course. My name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business in Cardiff. I was just wondering if she's free. Oh, thank you. Hiya. Yeah, of course, but tell her, please explain to her that there's no rush to get back to me, but I'll give you my Dublin number if that's okay. Yeah, it's 01-265-5191. Uh, yeah, well, I've got a number based in Dublin. I've my wholesaler is based in Dublin, but yeah, yeah. One day I will have an office based in Dublin, and then when you say you have an office in Dublin, I'll say yes, I do. But I can't say yes, I do now because I need to build it up to get over there first. I was going to mention though, and I appreciate trying to get hold of it is a bit tricky. If I was to try again, maybe next week, is there any particular time or day that is best? I know it's hard to say, but is she in like next week as well, or? Yeah, because I've got the times I've got is the 9 to 12, and then the phone lines close, isn't it? 2 to 4, and then the back open 2 to 4. So what I'll do is I'm not in a rush to get hold of her, but if she doesn't get back to me, I'll try her next week if that's okay. Brilliant. Thank you very much for taking my details. Much appreciated. Bye bye now. Thank you. Bye bye. Bye bye. I missed that one anyway. What? The fuck? Oh, oh, for God's sake. It's weird. They're under maintenance. What's tomorrow? No, that's tomorrow, dickhead. Try Tuesday? Try Wednesday? Okay. Hi, good morning. I was just looking for Alina. Oh, is that Lena? Oh, have I pronounced it okay? I, yeah, I met an Alina last week here in Cardiff, and I pronounced it very well because of you. I because she spelt it the same, Alina. And I said Alina, and she's like, "Oh, people don't normally get it right." I was like, "I know, I'm amazing. What can I say?" It was only a quick one because I know that you don't deal with it specifically. I know that you were going to forward it on, so I was asking if you had any feedback or if anybody has had a look. It's not a problem if you haven't, but okay. So Yeah, the prices are by the way, are below theirs because I have them as a tab on my computer, and I make sure that my pricing is below theirs. So, it's my pricing normally is fine. Yeah, of course. Yeah, because the thing is, it's easy to just. Yeah, it's a tricky one though, Alina, because the thing is, people that when they're so used to, you know, doing something a certain way, and I can't knock it because my own customers, maybe that been with me for years, 8 years, 5 years, whatever, they may be the same. But I will say this: I am definitely lower. I'm looking at the prices right now. What I'll do as well, now I know that you're using. No, no, because I stay in my lane. I stay in my lane because the thing is, I've worked for a stationers before, and there is genuinely, it starts off simple, pens, paper. Genuinely, there are thousands of products. So for me, I've been doing ink for 16 years, and I want to do ink for the next 16 years. I don't want to do anything else, and I know that sounds a bit strange, but I'm very good at what I do, you know? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, but the thing, and I also do business with Specsavers and McDonald's. So if I started to do till rolls and paper and stationery, they would literally I'd probably be out of business within a month, genuinely, because you've got to build different relationships, different pricing, etc., etc. So that's why. But one thing I will say very quickly before you go, one question is very very important. Do you know if you have XLs or not? Because perfect. So in my quote, I'll put the standards as a reference, but I'll also make sure obviously the XLs are there. Now, in terms of the XLs, very quickly before you go as well, I'm not I'm not significantly cheaper than 123 Inc. I'm only slightly cheaper. So and that's the problem. Exactly, exactly. So with your advice, 100%. So with your advice, would you recommend then that I come in um, si significantly cheaper? Not significantly, but enough of a gap between the price. Does that make sense? So yeah. Well, I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna change it. Of course, yeah, and that means that they have to. Of course, of course. Okay, so I'll tell you what then. Based on that, what you're telling me, I will have a look at my pricing, and I will not send you over the same pricing. I will requote properly, and I will try and put something in there that would make the person think about it, if that makes sense. And I really appreciate the feedback because without you telling me this, I would just send you over the same pricing again because technically my pricing is cheaper, technically. But you are right, it's a convenience issue, maybe not a price issue. 100%. So I need, the delivery is of course, of course. But bearing in mind, when I send over the quote, the delivery charge of €5 will be irrelevant because the cost per unit. Oh, actually, let me ask you this question: when the person does the order, do they order one at a time, or do they order? Because normally people order at least four. Yeah, okay. So they may order even maybe two sets at a time, potentially. Perfect. So if I can bring down the unit cost and they order four or eight, it would be even more. Does that make sense? Oh, the 100% because then the €5 is irrelevant. If I'm €18 per box less, 18, and they order four, then or 18, that then at least they can have a look at it. But I need to look 100%. Yeah, but I need to look at my pricing because what I also don't want to do is go too low and then regret it. So I got to be very careful. 100%. But I appreciate you telling me this because without you telling me this, like I said, I would have just sent you the email straight away and said, no problem, Lena. In terms of calling back though, is it, I actually want to leave it alone for a little bit. But I also don't want to call you in 6 months and, it might be too late. So what would you recommend there? Would you be comfortable with me touching base maybe in a few weeks or maybe a month or longer? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, Of course. And what's the stock like at the moment, though? Should we go with the stock? What's when is the person likely to be looking? Because that's key. Perfect. So why don't we do a couple of months? Fantastic, fantastic. Okay, then. So why don't I send you the email now, and then I'll touch base with you in say 8 weeks, and then I may send the email again in when we speak, because then it'll be relevant, ready for the 4 weeks from then, if that makes sense. Perfect. But even if it comes to nothing, I still appreciate your time. I genuinely. No, no, of course, of course. But it's up to me now. The onus is on me to make it more inviting for them. And I fully appreciate where they're coming from. I really do. But thank you very much. And I hope you have a lovely day. Thank you, Alina. Have a nice summer. Bye bye now. Bye bye. Bye bye. Okay. Hmm. Okay, so uh, okay. Oh, schedule invite you again. Um, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Take out the standard. Wat zit geen 247's? 45. This should be a starting point. Y5. Right, £7.75. What, £40 each? What, €40 each? Ooh. Jesus Christ. Hello, Charles speaking. Let's stop it from coming through again. Okay. Monday is 11:30. No. Hi, good afternoon, Mandy. I hope you remember me. My name's Charles. Um, I supply ink for printers, and I was trying to catch you at the right time, which is very tricky to do. W- Are you sure? Would that be okay? Because I know you don't work Fridays. I've got it on my notes. Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Okay, so Thursday office day. Bear with me. I'm writing this down for future reference as well. So after 2:30 p.m. Okay, before I say to you that I'll call back, what I will say very quickly is, are we getting closer to you having a look at pricing or looking at stock? Or because if not, would you rather me call you next week or in a month or something like that? Because what I don't want to do is call you at half two and then, it's still not like on your priority list, if that makes sense. I'm not priority list, but your to-do list. Exactly. Yeah. Not so much like I'm not saying I'm only going to call you back if you do if you do, but I'm more thinking I want it on your mind, so I want you to be like, right, I'm looking now. I need to check the pricing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Perfect. And then if we do touch base, you can say, Charles, call me in 3 weeks or perfect. That'd be perfect. I really appreciate that. I'll call you in the afternoon. Have a nice afternoon. Thank you, Mandy. Speak to you soon. Bye bye. Bye. Hi, good afternoon. I was just looking for Fiona. Oh, let me write this down. I'll try again tomorrow. Is there a particular time of day tomorrow or just any time? Yeah, perfect. Yeah, no problem. Is she is also next week? Is there any particular day next week? You said before four, so I'll write that on my notes. But is there any particular day not to call, for example, like on a Monday? Oh, okay. That narrows it down. When you said before four, is it after 9 or 10? Yeah, so I'm gonna put Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Perfect. I'll try again tomorrow. But apart from that, thank you very much for letting me know. I do appreciate it. Oh, my name's Charles. Yeah, I can. Yeah, of course. My name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business in Cardiff. I've quoted her for some ink, but there's no rush for her to get back to me. But would you like me to leave my Dublin number just in case? Yeah. It's 01 265 5191. I'll try tomorrow. But there's no rush. And then if no luck, I'll try again. But I will put on my notes. Works Monday, Friday, and I'll also put 9 a.m. till 4 p.m. as well. So at least I know. Oh, sorry. SOS, Stead Office Supplies. SOS for sure. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, just Charles with a Dublin number and a Cardiff accent. That's what you need to do. Yeah. Thank you. Cheers. Bye bye. Bye bye. Definitely feels like I'm getting somewhere. That's what I would say. Ah, do you know what, Joe? Smash. Hi, Ewan. Hi, Donna. It's Charles from SOS in Cardiff. I just wanted to double check that the blue has been put in, the replacement blue, and is working okay. And then just confirmation that you're okay to pay the invoice if the blue's working okay, and you're obviously back happy with the print and everything. Please give me a quick call back on my Cardiff number, 02922 402 747. Thanks, guys, and I hope you have a nice day. Cheers. Bye. God, if you could get me all this shit. Okay, so we've got Derek. Hi, good morning. I was just looking for Derek. Oh, sorry. My name's Charles, from SOS in Cardiff. Oh, thank you. Hi, is that Derek? Hi, Derek. I don't know if you remember speaking to me. My name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business in Cardiff. Yeah, it was a while ago. I am going to be brief, if that's okay, because I got to be honest with you, from my records, it looks like we last spoke on the 1st of June last year. Now, I'm terrible at calling people back, and I think this is an example of it, Derek. Terrible. I mean, 13 months is bad, but I tell you what, it's not anywhere near my record. I spoke to somebody in 2017 that I called them back. I think it was the start of this year. It's like 8 years, and they remembered me as well. They were like, "You still doing ink?" I was like, "Yeah." So where I'm at with yourself at the moment is I've cracked on over the last year. I now have 25% of my business is coming from Ireland. I have six Specsavers. It's very, very tricky to get my foot in the door with anybody really in Ireland, but it's moving along quite well. I got my first credit union yesterday. I got a CVRT centre for the first time the other week. I got a lot of GP surgeries, a lot of pharmacies. I'm trying to build a medical foundation, if that makes sense. But I'm not going anywhere, but I am very patient, as you can tell, because I haven't hassled you at all. I hope I prove myself. Now, with you, I know that we had a good chat, and I know that you use non-originals, but I also know that you were happy with your supplier. That's what I wrote down. So what I was going to ask you, two things. Would I be allowed permission to pop you an email with the pricing and my contact details? I appreciate that. The second thing I was going to ask you, would you be comfortable if I did a bit of a better job at touching base, and would it be possible to if you think you're interested, then I'll touch base sooner. If you think you're not interested, I was going to suggest maybe January, if that makes sense. Anyway, I take it from there, 100%. If I don't hear anything, I'll tell you what then. If I don't hear anything back from you, I'll touch base with you beginning of the year. I know it sounds crazy, like beginning of the year, but it's been 13 months. It's flown by, And it is we're getting older and I'm getting ugly. But then again, Wales have given me some impetus. They finally won a rugby game, so I'm over the moon. In terms of the quote though, Derek, I've got the printers that I've got. I've only got three printers. So just to clarify, I've got the office printer, the HP Color LaserJet, the M477. Perfect. Now the only thing there is, do you buy the A's or the X's? Perfect. I'm going to quote both. Okay, perfect. Correct. It's at the end of the code. It's at the end of the code for all of them. Fantastic. The test room printer I've got down is the. I don't know if this will make any sense. The LaserJet Pro 4002. It's the newest one. Yeah, it's on the left hand side, or I know the toner code. Uh, okay, no problem. Fantastic. And then the last question is, do you still have an Oki bin printer? Fantastic. And on the Oki B432, just to confuse you, there's three different types of page yields. Yeah, exactly. A bit similar to the eight. It's 3,000, 7,000, 12,000, but the last three digits is 102, 106, or 111. Fantastic. That's the 12K. Okay, so that's the extra high capacity. Yeah, there's only one printer, a brother printer, Derek. It does five different capacities. Five, and most people, yeah, but to be honest with you, most people they buy the toner that came with the printer. So what they do is the toner that came with the printer is the lowest shield. They'll open it up and then they'll just reorder the code that's in the printer. And sometimes they're not even aware that they don't have a clue because they're so busy. They're just like, "Yep, order." Yeah, well, I do. I'm going to leave you to it. No, no, listen. Thank you. I've got the email. I've got everything. Yeah, no, I've got everything. I've got everything. Yeah, I've got everything, and the only thing to leave you with is I do have two stores in Dublin that use me, Dunleary and Rathmines. I have got other stores, two in Cork in particular. They're my biggest ones, and there's a director called David McCloskey. I just wanted to mention it before you go. He orders for Donegal, but he's in with other stores, but I haven't got them on board yet. But just to make you aware, I'm trying my best, but I'm trying to be patient as well. As you can tell, you're flat out, and I don't want to, be ringing all the time. But thank you for taking my call, and uh, listen. Just you taking the call is important. Even if it comes up and it's a no, at least we're getting somewhere. Have a good afternoon. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. There's no rush at all. You have a good afternoon. Thank you, Derek. Thank you, mate. Ta-ra, mate. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Hi, good afternoon. I was just looking for Siobhan. Yeah, sure. My name's Charles. The company's called SOS in Cardiff. I was just wondering if she's free. Ah, thank you. Hi, good afternoon, Siobhan. I'm not sure if you'll remember me, to be honest, because it's about 3 months ago when I called, but my name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business in Cardiff. Yeah, yeah, and I sell printers. Yeah, you're right. In actual fact, I'm having a bit of a nightmare getting a printer into Ireland at the moment. But yeah, I do sell printers. I just thought I'd say from the get-go, I'm terrible at calling people back. But 3 months later, I think May, June, July, we spoke at the end of April. Um, we did a schedule quote for May, but a couple of things have changed mind in a positive way. Only small changes, but they're quite significant. So I got my first CVRT centre 2 weeks ago and my second one just yesterday. So I just wanted to let you know that I'm being patient with people, but I am not very good at, right time, right place, calling people back. It's very, very tricky to know what to do. So I was going to ask you very quickly, did you manage to have a quick look at the pricing, or is there any other printers that I can maybe leave you some prices for? Yeah, toners. You mentioned printers, and I just went off on a tangent. Ignore me, Siobhan. Yeah, yeah. I supply toners. Yeah, yeah. But I only sent it for the one printer. So the printer that I sent it for was the CVRT one, the HP. Um, I may have asked you if you had any others at the time, but I'll that yeah, yeah, yeah. Did you tell me about this? It rings a bell. Was this the one? Hang on a second. Why don't I have this on my notes? Wasn't this the long-winded one where the guy sent out a full set and then sent another full set, another full... Do you know what? Why haven't I written that down? That is on my notes, Siobhan. I don't have anything about what happened. That is crazy. I need to write this down. Had major issues. I'm not saying you've got major issues, by the way. I just had major issues with stock. Okay, that's a really good point. What was the outcome? I should have started off with that, really, shouldn't I? Yeah, right. I remember. I remember. Yeah, you literally. Yeah, it was a nightmare. A nightmare listening to it. Because I remember, wasn't it like 3 sets? This is what puts people off changing companies. See, when you have a bad experience changing a company, you then it puts you off me because you're like, oh, no way, no way. It's because you're on a. They haven't I haven't updated my notes though, so I can't blame him for not updating his. But I'm definitely going to update my notes because yeah, that is crazy. He should have on his like. I'll tell you very quickly. I have a customer that I got in 2018. It was in Scotland. It was an electrical wholesaler, and I'll never forget it. I sent her a toner. She wasn't happy from the get-go. I sent her the toner. She said it leaked everywhere, and she wanted me to buy her the new printer. Now, in 16 years, but in 16 years, I've never yeah, exactly. But in 16, but she was from the get-go. What I mean by that, she was combative from the cold call, not from the order, but she was combative in nature, which is fine. I have a mother that's combative, so I'm used to it. So, but anyway, I sent the toner and everything, and she said it leaked everywhere. So I was trying to resolve it. And my wholesaler, who ironically was also in Scotland, was saying it's not going to affect the printer. It's warranty, but we'd never paid out on a printer. And I never have, and nobody ever has. Nobody ever has because it's not the toner that usually at fault. But anyway, she got the IT to come out, but she was emailing me in capital letters. So in capital letters, she was like, and then on top of that, DPD went and sent it to the wrong electrical wholesaler on the other side of Aberdeen. or whatever she was. They sent it to the other one, and she was like this, and she actually wrote back, "This is getting ridiculous now." And I was like, "What's the matter?" And I was calling her saying, "What's going on? They've sent it on the other side." So she was kicking off, and do you know what? I'll never forget her. Do I have the courage to call her? No. That was like 8 years ago, 7 years ago. I still haven't called her. Now I could call her and pretend and be like, "Hi, I'm looking to quote you for some ink and everything," but I think she'll remember. So I'm not even. If this guy, this guy has no memory. His memory's wiped clean. How could you? That's crazy. Can you imagine ringing? What was you? How did you react though? I think it's. I think it's because you're too nice. I think you're too nice. I do. I think because you're trying to be polite and professional. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 100%. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It could ruin your day, ruin your morning, ruin your afternoon. Yeah, and you got a million things going on. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So where do we start? Yeah, yeah. When are you next likely to need it? That's the point. Why don't I give you a bell when you're next likely? Perfect. So why don't I give you a bell? I'll do 26 weeks. Are you confident that you have my contact details and my email? Because if you do, then I don't need to resend it because the prices won't change. They haven't changed. In May, I sent it twice. Yeah, Charles, yeah. So I sent one 26th of May. That was the follow up, and the first one was the 28th. I cannot believe that I did not write down my notes about this story. I remember it clearly. Because wasn't it because they sent it? Was it 3 times they sent it out though? I'm sure it was three. That's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, I remember you saying. So the CVRT centre that I got on board yesterday, his name is Jerry. We nearly ended up having a row over him paying me because I was saying to him he ordered a full set of A cartridge standards for this printer, and he ordered a full set. But because he's had some bad experience in the past, I said to him, I said, "Jerry, I'm going to send it out for today. It's yesterday for today. Today, it's going to be delivered shortly, actually." And I said, "I'm not in a rush for payment because I'd rather you make sure they're working and you're happy before you pay." And he said, "No, Charles, I want to pay on card." And I said, "No, Jerry." I said, "I don't want you to pay on card because I want you to make sure you've received them, they're working, pay me next week. There's no rush." I said, "When are you going to change them?" He said, "Well, I'm going to change the black straight away. The colours will probably change within 2 weeks." I said, "Why don't you just pay me within 2 weeks?" He said, "Charles, do you want this payment?" I said, "Jerry, I don't want it." We ended up having he was like, "Well, do you want the order?" I said, "Yeah, of course I want the order." But the point that I'm trying to make is it's about relationships. That's all it's about, you know? Yeah, I've got a warehouse in Dublin. My wholesaler's in Dublin, and I've got another wholesaler in Kildare. The wholesaler in Kildare is the company that the guy in Dublin used to work for. So the wholesaler in Kildare is 5 times bigger, 4 times bigger than Stephen in Dublin. But since the turn of the year, I think since the second week of January, I believe, I've only been using Stephen like 100%. It's not always plain sailing. There's been some issues with DPD. There's been some issues with returning toners, very minimal. Where is the other warehouse? Oh gosh. Oh. Um, Let me see if I can give you the address because they emailed me. When you look on the picture, God, where would they have it? Because I haven't even. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to see. Oh, here we go. So they give updates. Here we go. Relocation. They're called Trade Supply. That might help. Trade Supply. Oh, here we go. I've got it. Head office. Oh, they've still got the head office in Dublin. It says Robin Hood Dublin, but that's on their signature. Um, where did they say? Because Stephen had a quick look as well. I remember they did give the address though, because Stephen said he looked on Google Maps and it. Here we go. I got it. Here we go. It's in Clane. Unit. Yeah, County Kildare, Clane. Um, Yeah, so to be honest with you, how it came about with Stephen is I was speaking to my wholesaler here in the UK, and he comes down regularly to South Wales, and he visits all his customers, but he takes me like he meets me for takes me for breakfast, and I mentioned to him that I was doing business in Ireland for the last say 6 months. This was in December, and he wasn't like that interested because obviously me doing business in Ireland doesn't affect him. Well, it does affect him because I'm probably not doing as much in the UK. And anyway, he emailed me in January and said, no, he WhatsApped me and said, Charles, keep this under wraps, but I've got this name of this company. Here's a number, call him. His name's Stephen. And I called this guy up and literally placed an order the same day. And I haven't looked back since. And he's fantastic. He's got knowledge, he's got experience. The company that I was with, they were good, don't get me wrong, lots of staff and everything. But the issue that I was having was stock availability. So a GP surgery would order, or a pharmacy or whatever, give me a go. And then I would say they would order a full set of colours, and then the yellow would be out. They would say, "Oh, we don't have the yellow." Okay, when's it back in? 4 weeks. That doesn't look good for me, does it? I'm trying to impress everybody with my service, and I can't get you a yellow for 4 weeks. So what Stephen does is he doesn't buy from China; he buys in from Europe. So his lead time, if it's out of stock, is 1 week, which means that if he doesn't have the yellow today for Friday, he'll have it for Wednesday, maybe even Tuesday, and he gets it from Germany. So I'm not saying the quality's. I haven't. I've had very, very minimal issues. Don't know if the quality's. I think personally, I think he is right. He's saying the quality's better. He should know himself. He obviously pays a bit more than China, but the problem with China is they come over on the boats and it takes. Oh gosh, it takes sometimes 3 months for a container to come over. So it's a nightmare. But anyway, I'll Yeah, but like I said, I haven't. I was using them, and I was fine to continue to use them because it was just frustrating that I couldn't showcase my customer service skills because of the lack of stock availability. But the way that my business runs now, I've been in business 8 years. I've been in Ireland 1 year, and already Ireland is 25% of my business, and it's going quite well. In Cork, I've got two Specsavers in the city centre, and they place big orders. Interestingly, for the same printer as you, and I've got loads of the customer. Got my first credit union yesterday as well. Only a very small order, but I'm trying to do something in Ireland. But it just takes time, doesn't it? You know, and reputation is hard to get. Perfect. So I'm going to do 26 weeks. Yeah, well, you said 6 months. There's going to be but in saying that, if there's anything else that pops up, run it by me. We'll take it from there. But genuinely, there's no rush, and I cannot believe that I did not update my notes with that story. That's one of the most shocking stories I've heard in 16 years, and I'm genuinely, since 2009, I've heard a lot of stories that has got to be up there. It's not the worst, but it's up there, like top five. It's crazy. But anyway, I'll leave you to it. Thank you, Siobhan, and you know what I am. Speak to you in 6 months. Thank you. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye. Oh, fuck me. Or 6 months. Ooh, we can reschedule. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Beginning of Feb. Let's go. Second of Feb, yeah. Second of Feb, 2026. So, 02, 02, 2026. Wow. Hi, good afternoon. I was just looking for John. Could he? Oh, thank you. Hi, good afternoon. Is that John? Hi, John. It's Charles. I'm not sure if you remember speaking to me. I run my own independent. Oh, my apologies. Can I call next week, John? What day would be best? Sorry, just ask. No problem. I'll try Tuesday, Wednesday. Thank you. Bye. Uh, oh shit, we've only got 1 minute left. Oh yeah. Hi, Jerry, it's Charles. I'm not doing too bad. I sent you an email with proof of delivery. It should have been delivered maybe how long ago? Half an hour. Um, and yep, and I was going to send you the invoice, but I wanted to check which email address would you like me to send it to at gmail.com. Fantastic. I'm going to send that across now. And uh, let me know, or pop me a WhatsApp uh, when you, yeah, 100%. And I appreciate your time again, and I appreciate the opportunity, and fingers crossed we'll speak to you soon. Have a really good day. Thanks, Jerry. You too. Bye bye now. Bye bye. Bye bye. Uh, Hi, good afternoon. I was just looking for Gwen. Hi, Gwen, it's Charles from SOS in Cardiff. Not doing too bad. It's only a quick one. I didn't realise, but you haven't ordered this year, and I had no clue. And one of the reasons why I had no clue is because I don't want to be seen as hassling. So you weren't even in my um, like to call back or things like that. So I was going to ask, was everything okay with the toners that you did have at the end of last year, the Oaky ones? Yeah, yeah. And yeah, no, of course. So what I was going to say to you is, have you still confident that you have my contact details? Because the only thing is, I have changed my Dublin number. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you've got my email and everything. Or do you want, yeah, you're all organized. You sound like you're organized, if I'm being honest with you. Um, yeah, yeah. So yeah, you're not printing as much, so it's a double whammy in a way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need to. Yeah, I need to half fill the ink. I think that's the key. I think so. When you if when you order them, you'll be like, Charles, we're going through the ink more than ever before. It's very strange, but um, but no, it's fine because the thing is, I've only got 6 stores in Ireland, and you were the only one that hadn't ordered this year. And I thought to myself, "Oh, I don't really want to ring. I'll leave it until Christmas." And then I thought, Charles, come on, pluck up the courage, give her a quick ring, see what's going on, and then that's it. But that's fine. I'll leave you to it, and I appreciate you letting me know. And you know what I am, and if there's anything I can do, just please give me a shout. Because in Ireland, I'm not doing too bad, to be honest, Gwen. 25% of my business is coming from Ireland within the last 12 months that I've been doing business there. Yeah, so it's not all plain sailing, but I got my first credit union yesterday. I got my first. Do you know the CVRT centres, the garages that do the? Yeah, so I do very, very well over here in UK for garages. But over in Ireland, it was so tricky to. Got my first one a couple of weeks ago, got my second one yesterday. So it is a struggle, but GP surgeries, pharmacies are doing well. I get good feedback from the Specsavers that have been using me. Trying to get anyone else on board is very tricky, but that's the thing. It is, yeah, and that's the thing. I don't want to be you ever to think I'll ring for an order, but I also don't want to make the mistakes that I made years ago where I don't call people back, and then a year later or 18 months later, 2 years later, and then they're like, "Oh, if only you'd have called." I lost your number or I lost your email. Such a fine balance, it really is. But I really appreciate you letting me know, and I'm here if I'm needed with for you, Anthony. And yeah, we'll just give us a shout as and when you're ready. Would that be okay? Yeah, but like you said, the toners they do last as well. To be fair, they do. So they're not 1,000 print. I think they're 7,000 print. So some customers have 1,000 print toner. That'd be 7 toners. So you'd have ordered like 3, 4 times this year alone if you had a lesser toner. And then, like you said, if you're not printing as much, if you already had stock, it definitely, yeah, definitely 100% makes sense. But I'm here if as and when I'm needed. I'll kick into action whenever that may be. So I hope you enjoy your summer and yeah, just enjoy the rest of your year and fingers crossed we'll touch base when you're ready. Is that okay? Really, really appreciate it. Thanks for your time on the phone. Speak to you soon. Thanks, Gwen. Bye bye now. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye. Deirdre. Let's go, Deirdre. Hi, good afternoon. Is that Deirdre? Oh, hi, Lena. I was just looking for Deirdre. Oh. Hi, Deirdre. It's Charles. No, no. Oh, what message? Oh, that was last. That was ages ago. That was like Thursday last week. Yeah, so I should have called. I want to put that out there. I tried to. I was writing the response, and I was thinking I need to do this in the simplest way possible. And then I sent it and read it back to myself, and I thought maybe I should have called. Maybe I should have called. And then I was like, she doesn't work Mondays, and then she's only available 2 till 5. I did try and call back, by the way, the same day, but the lines must have closed. Right. So what? I tried to keep it simple though. So what did I do? Where did I go wrong? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. They've caused you guys issues in the past. Yeah, yeah. Which, yeah, yeah. So exactly. So the position that you guys are in is a very fortunate position, and the reason I'll tell you the reason why is if I can prove that they do work, then I'll be in a position of hopefully you guys will stick with me for a very long time to come, if that makes sense. So I don't see this as a negative. After 16 years of day in day out, this is you explaining what happened in the past or they just didn't work. Is it's not even the closest to being the worst story I've ever had, for example, right? But there are other GPs, and this is what I'm trying to say in Galway, that have your printers. They're using the toners, but it doesn't mean that it's guaranteed that you will have the same experience as others because of your past experience. You're apprehensive, you're nervous. So I was going to come up with a suggestion. So my suggestion is to put what you do baby steps, Deirdre. Okay, so for example, the printer that you had an issue with, I don't know if it was all of the printers, but it may have just been one or yeah, exactly. So you need to try and flip this on its head, but in a very kind of patient way. So the confidence needs to be built from scratch, and the way that you do that, so you're looking, for example, um, you're looking for two toners for one printer, one toner for an older printer, and that takes a different cartridge, and one toner for another printer, but it's the same as the other printer. Does that make sense? So yeah, yeah, yeah. This is what I was trying to say. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So this is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, exactly. This is what I say. That's all you need me. That's all you need me, Deirdre. I'm trying to help you. You know. That's what you need me. So you just need to be like Charles. This is what I need to let me crack on. Because the thing is, when you said that, because you're giving me the thing is, you're not doing anything wrong, but you're giving me the name of the printer. Whereas if you said TN2420, you never would have said TN2420 times two, and then further down TN2420 times one. You would have said TN2420 times three. But you haven't done anything wrong because you're taking the model of the printer. But where you're not, where the problem lies, I think, is that the older printer is in the middle of the quote. So you're looking at the top printer, oh, we'll have two toners. You're then looking at the next printer, oh, we'll have one toner. You're then looking at the next printer, oh, I'll have one toner. But the next printer is the same as the top one. So this is my what I believe we should do is to try one toner for the old printer, right? Because that one, I'm telling you now, I'll be shocked if it gives you any issues in any way, shape, or form for the older one. Oh, the older one, sorry, DCP-L 2520. It's the older one that has a grey body and a black top to it, if that makes sense. No, 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 no. That's the newer one. Right. So the HL is the one that doesn't scan and copy. Oh, but bearing in mind, okay. So how do I put it? Does Moira's printer have a feeder? So does she? Okay. So is hers a flat top? Does that make sense? Like when you scan it, she's got to lift it and scan it, or can she feed the paper in? So the HL-L 2350, the one you just said, that's one that's around you now, yeah? That doesn't scan, doesn't copy. Okay. Now, oh, hers is the same as yours. Oh, you need, yeah, because, yeah, exactly. But the thing is, I'm trying to make it easy for you. But the thing is, though, Deirdre, what you've also got to remember that there's a standard capacity toner and there's a high capacity toner. So this is another thing. I think you need to just make sure that you're getting the best value for the toner as well. So, so okay, so let me put it into layman's terms. So the high capacity toner does roughly 2.5 times more print, which means that when you look at the price, for example, for the TN2420, which is the one that you need three, okay, they're €40 each for the high capacity. But you might turn around to me and say, oh, but Charles, the €25 ones are cheaper. Okay, fair enough. But you have to buy at least 2.5 times. So €25 times 2.5 is €62.50 versus 40. Yeah, compared to the yeah, exactly. So what I supply is I only supply non-original, and like I said to you earlier, it benefits me when people have had a bad experience because then if they give me a chance to give them a good experience and it goes well, now, I'm not saying that it's always gone well with everyone. Out of 100 people, maybe one or two it doesn't go well with. There's still it's not always perfect. I'm in a non-original world, so it's not going to always be perfect and plain sailing. But in saying that, if we make sure that we're a team, so therefore you're ordering the correct toner for the correct printer and also the right toner code, because the code of the toner dictates how many pages is inside the cartridge. Because a lot of so for example, a lot of GP surgeries are buying them from me, and they're saying, "Oh, can I have TN2410 times six, for example, or times five, as an example?" And I'm like, "Okay, no problem, no problem." But have you considered the other one, the one that does more pages? And they're like, "What's that?" Does that make sense? It's my service that I'm trying to offer. It's not my expertise. It's not just getting a sale, because at the end of the day, anybody can get a sale, but it's more about saying, make sure you're on the right code, because if you're on the right code, you'll start saving money properly, And then of course, then your question is, yeah, but Charles, are they gonna work? But we're never gonna find out unless you put them in. And if you put them in, they work. Happy day. My plan. Okay, so this is what you're looking for. You're looking for three toners for two for one printer, one for another. So you're looking for three, and then you're looking for one for the older printer. So this is my suggestion was to try one. So it's a tricky one, see, because I'm confident that you can order all of them, but I also want to make sure that you're not getting into trouble and blah blah blah. So it's a very tricky thing for me. So what I'm suggesting is definitely two. One for the one printer, the older one. I keep calling it the older one. We need to find out whose printer it is. So one printer for the older one, where you've ordered three. I mean, I'm confident that you can have two because one will go in one printer and one will go in another. Oh, that's a question. How soon are they due to be replaced for the separate printers? Yeah, yeah. That's why I'm called SOS. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Correct. Yeah, yeah. But you said you had a drum. No way. Oh, no. No, it won't. It won't accept it. Yeah, no, it might accept it, but it'll keep coming up with no drum. You'll end up breaking the printer, genuinely. Um, right, so you might need the drum. Okay, okay, perfect. So this is my suggestion. Okay. Well, very quickly, we know the score of the HL. Is that HL-L2350 your printer by any chance? Okay. Where is the MFC-L2730? The third printer that you wrote to me. Yeah. Oh, okay. So where's the what's going on with the toner for that one? You don't. It sounds like you don't have any. Yeah. Okay. So you don't have any stock of toners, right? So the other one, the DCP-L2520, that's going to be Moira's. I presume she doesn't use it that often. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. 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 Correct. Yeah, that would make sense because it's the oldest printer. So the toner that you were trying to order for that one, when is that likely to be changed? Or is that a spare? Right. Okay. So yeah, you're not in the greatest position. So this is what no. So this is what I suggest. Right. So you've got. I'm confident that they're all going to work. So and I'm not going to take payment from you until you confirm. So you're not going to lose out of this situation because you're going to put them in tomorrow. They're going to arrive by DPD tomorrow. You're going to put the drum in the printer. Now, when you put the drum in the printer, it's going to come up with, it may come up with no drum. Don't worry, don't panic, okay? It's normal. You need to reset the drum. It takes 2 seconds. I can email you the instructions. It genuinely takes about 3 button presses, but you do need to reset it because if you forget, in 2 weeks' time or 2 months' time, it's going to come up with no drum, and then you're going to say to me it hasn't lasted that long, and I'm going to say yeah, but you didn't reset it. That's why it's come up with. Yeah, does that make sense? So yeah, because a lot of people they just ignore the error messages, which is fine. In actual fact, vast majority of people they see the error message on the little LCD screen and they just ignore it and they just crack on. But the problem with that is eventually you're going to become a cropper. So, for example, you could do a print report and it'll show the last 10 error messages. It's like it's snitching on you, because the last 10 error messages will be no toner, toner low, replace drum, low drum. Do you know what I mean? It's the last 10 things that have come up on the screen. Now, in terms of the toner, you're going to put one into the MFC that's on the reception that's used the most. You're going to put one into the printer with the drum as well, right? And it sounds like the third toner, you're just going to keep one toner for spare. But surely, I'm not saying you need to order more, but moving forward, if they do work, etc., you do you keep more stock though than one? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So on this occasion, I would say you don't need to order anything else than what you've told me plus a drum. But you did, yeah, because you did say you had the drums. But you said that so you only. But then again, you only had the one drum, and and it was opened and used. But you told me on the email you had drums, as in multiple. Yeah, yeah. But then again, her printer is not used as often, so it's not as a concern. Yeah, yeah. Right, that's for hers. Yeah, that's for hers. Is it open or yeah, they're her drums. So yeah. No, they're not yours. Yours are DR2400. No, no, that's the one that you've been saying is on reception. Oh, I see what you mean. So you got two of the same printer, right? And does hers need a toner? I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Okay, 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 okay. So the one on reception has the feeder that I've been talking about. You put, yeah, exactly, but it takes the same cartridge. Perfect. When is hers due to be replaced? The toner. Okay, it's not a problem because it's not used as often. The reason I'm asking is because if you only order one spare and then she needs it, then you're going to end up in the same position. 100%, and 100%. I think that's the way forward. Baby steps initially, put them in, make sure they work. Happy days, pay the invoice in a month's time, 6 weeks' time. Maybe if you can last a little bit longer. I wouldn't suggest lasting too long though. What about that? What about that DCP-L 2520 though? Because that's the one I keep telling you is the older one. Who's got that? Correct. Okay, so you've got the older one. So you've got the grey one with the black top. Right. The one I mentioned 20 minutes ago. Yeah. So that's the one that you've been looking at the whole time. Yeah. Great, great, great. Right. The one that doesn't have the feeder bit to it. I gave you so many hints, by the way. Right. No, it's fine. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. Right. So yeah, yeah, perfect. So you have two drums for your printer. You have exactly. You have no drums for three printers. That's not a good situation. Right. The drums will work, no problem. They are on the quote. They are €40, and you need one of them ASAP because it's asking for it, and then we can discuss next time. Because I don't want to go too far ahead of myself, right? We need to take one step at a time because the drum needs to be arrive and be fitted. Okay, so this is where we stand, right? So your printer needs one toner. Okay, that's called a TN. If you look on the quote, Deirdre, it's a TN 2310 or a 2320. I'd recommend the 2320. It does double the print and it's only €5 more. But can you see that? Can you see that? Take your time because I want you to know where I'm coming from with it. You know, instead of me just telling you on the phone, I want you to see visually what it is. Right. So yeah, perfect. So the middle one is yours. So the second printer down is yours. That yeah. So this is what I'm saying. TN 2320 times one at €30. Okay. Now, if you scroll up, that'll be the reception printer. Okay. Now you said you have two of no, one of those. One of those. But it's used all the time. That's what you said. Is that the one that's asking for the drum? Okay, interestingly, that's not actually on the quote. So I mustn't have been aware that you had it, but I know exactly what printer that is. But that's asking for the drum. Okay, and a toner as well, I think. Was it asking for both? It was asking. Okay, okay. So that's a DR 200, right? That's the one you use all the time. Yeah, but you need, and obviously you need, obviously not this time, but in the future you need to get a number of toners ready, because what's going to happen is you can have these toners in stock, but because they fit in multiple printers, people are going to take them. So you're going to be like, oh, I've got two spare toners for the MFC-L 2730. It's our most popular printer. I've got two toners for it, and I have a drum. And then you're going to be like, I'm all organized. Then you're going to go on holiday, and then you're going to come back, nothing's going to be there. And you're going to be like, well, where's it all? It's because it fits in other printers. But other people are taking them because if you're not aware, the toner code is the same in multiple printers. Then other people are taking them, fitting them in the printer, and then you're thinking, well, I had two for the because like I said earlier, you're calling it by the printer model, not the toner code. If you switch it and you call it by the toner code, now what I would recommend is that when the toners arrive and the drum arrives, it might be an idea to put the printer model or the name of the printer, Moira's printer, reception printer. It might be worthwhile putting it on the box just to act as a bit of a guide. It won't be perfect, but it'll certainly be a step in the right direction. Because you don't want to have this whole, oh my god, I got nothing, because otherwise you'll end up genuinely, if you end up buying all, oh my gosh, you would have spent 300, you would have spent nearly 400 euros on three toners, and no, you would have spent 450 euros on four toners and a drum. Which is honestly, you would have done it because that's what you've done it before. So, and that's not even a big order either. You know, it's not even a big order. So this is what I recommend. I recommend you should get a toner for your printer, the drum for the one that's asking for it, and also a toner for the printer that's asking for it, same printer. Okay, but you try to order another two of those toners. But I think I see where you're coming from, because the reason you probably ordered two is one for each printer. They're not asking for the toner, but are they? It's always best to keep spare. Yes, is that the way you were heading? So is that you want a one for each printer? Okay. So why don't we initially do this? Keep it simple. Why don't I send out one for yours, so you've got a spare? Why don't I send a toner and a drum for the one that's asking for it? And why don't I just send, for now, just send maybe one more, not two, just one. And I'll tell you the reason why. Because when you put the toner in tomorrow and you put the drum in and then it's working lovely, then you'll have one spare. But then you can ring me next week or next month, or in a few weeks, and then you can order exactly what you need. Because of what I'm concerned about, yeah, exactly. Because what I'm concerned about is sending you two spares. I have to send you one spare because I don't want you left with nothing. But if I send you two, three, four, five, and then say, for example, there is a bit of an issue, we fix it, but you are still apprehensive. I don't want you ordering, loads of stuff. What? Yeah, I think so too. Just it's desperation in a way, because the printer's crying out for it, and it's also keeping one left. Now, bearing in mind when it arrives, so you're gonna have two toners for one drum, and then one toner for yours. Okay. Are you in agreement as well? Okay. Oh, I could do it. I'll do it. I'll do it right now. Just clarify again. Sorry, what printer was it? The reception one? No, no, the HL. That's the one that's asking for, yeah, HL-L 2350. I'm gonna send you the email now, so then we don't forget. In terms of payment date, tomorrow's the 25th. Do you take care of the payments yourself, or is it someone else? Fantastic. Why don't we say, you don't work Mondays? You're in next week. Are you in next Friday as well? Perfect. Why don't we, if you're in agreement, why don't we say a week tomorrow? Because by then you would have put in the toner, you would have put in the drum, you might have even used another toner potentially, or maybe your own toner. But by that point, you'll be confident that they'll be fine. And then maybe by paying it, it might act as a bit of a reminder to be like, okay, well, maybe not. You don't need to. Yeah, 100%. But in terms of ordering more, I'm not gonna. I don't know how many you've ordered in the past, but you don't need to order a huge amount. I don't think anyway. 100%. That can't be left short because of the others. That's what it sounds like has happened. Yeah, no problem. So what I'll do, in terms of the name of the GP, Deirdre, I've got Headford Road Medical Clinic. I'm taking this off the website. Is that right? And then I've got the address is Unit 1, Terryland Shopping Centre, Headford Road, Galway. Yeah, put air code of Hotel 91. Oh, that's interesting. Echo Oscar Whiskey Oscar. I know. I don't understand air codes. Yeah, I didn't even. Yeah, but I didn't know that. I thought there should be numbers in the next part of the air code. Oh, it's E0. Oh, hang on. E0W0. So not O. E0. Yeah, no, because on the website, I have to be honest with you, there doesn't look like there's much differentiation between a 0 and an O because that looks like a letter. Yeah, yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Do you know any other surgeries in Galway? Like uh, I've got a few. Do you know Goat Family Practice at all? Goat Family Practice? No. Prospect Health Centre? No. Uh, Kil Kilconnell? No. Rosmuck? Rosmuck Health Centre? Rowan GP? Rowan Surgery? Oh, okay. So no, no. uh, no. No, I've quoted. You wouldn't even believe how many I've quoted since I started. I've quoted over 1,000. In Galway, I've got Duffy's Pharmacy. Maybe one's a 0 and one's an O. That's definitely. I got to be honest with you. I'm on your website, and that even it looks like two O's. Oh no, it'll get you even without it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I was going to mention this. So the name of the GP surgery I was going to put is Headford Road Medical Clinic, but she's still trying to find out. It does, doesn't it? This is what makes me think that one of them is a 0 and one of them is an O. The air code. Let's have a look. No, if you put it, yeah. Do you know what? If you put it into Google, they're telling me that it's yours because I think they've taken it from your website. It's okay. I'll tell you what I'll do then. How about this? How about we compromise? When you said your home address, was it the number? Was the number after? So it's H91, and then was it an yeah? Okay, because I'm thinking, should I put 1 0 and 1 0? Do you know what I mean? Like one number and one Y4. Okay, so what the first one's 0 and the last one O. Yeah, and then we'll let the DPD or somebody correct us. So interesting. Anyway, I'll send this out. You said though to address it to Dr. Murray McLaughlin. So on the delivery and on the account, I'll put her name, but obviously I'll put your name for my obviously for me, but it won't. It may not show on an invoice your name or on a delivery. Is that what you mean? So yeah, but oh no, it will show on the yeah, 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 yeah. Perfect, perfect, and it will say your name actually, Deirdre, because I have to address it to you because I need to get it to you as well to make sure you got it. So anyway, I'm gonna set you up on the system. I'm gonna send it out for tomorrow. I'll send you the tracking in the morning, okay? And it's a 1 hour tracking. So fingers, I'm really hoping that it goes to plan. And then once you've received it and everything, if I don't hear anything from you, no news is good news. We'll catch up a week, 8 days time. But don't stress about getting in touch with me either. If it's all working and everything's fine, then let's talk next Friday. The payment date will be Friday. Oh, I was going to ask as well before you go. Is it bank transfer or card? What do you prefer? I've got perfect. So I've got both, but there'll be a card payment link on the invoice. But please don't pay it until you've confirmed that it's working, because like we said right at the beginning, the past experiences, oh, they haven't worked. Well, we've got to make sure they work, and if they work, then pay, you know? Yeah, 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 yeah. Listen, they are right. The TN2420, which is what you're ordering, is my most popular toner in the UK and Ireland. Genuinely, I can't even get into how many I've sold. It's ridiculous. But in saying that, brother printers and every other manufacturer, they can be sensitive. And what I mean by sensitive is there's a chip on the side of the cartridge. It looks like a SIM card. Now, if you put the toner cartridge in, a non-original, and it doesn't sit quite right, then the printer's going to say no toner, or it's going to, or it may say, non-original installed, something like that. It's a bit like scaremongering, for example, because you can actually wipe the SIM card with a little lint-free cloth or whatever, and then you put it back in. Guess what? It works. So if you're calm and patient, you'll be fine. But if you're at the top of your tree and you're busy and you're manic and you didn't even want to do it in the first place, because originals will give you no hassle, but then that would have cost you 500, double the price. So for me, it's about making sure that you're comfortable, that they're fine, and of course they're fine. I could give you names of all the, just giving you all the names of the surgeries that use me in Galway to no avail, but because you don't know them, just ones I've just made up on the spot. But the point I'm trying to make is I'm trying to build a reputation, not just on price. I'm trying to build it based on, holding your hand as well. Like, when you reset this drum, guess what? You're going to know how to reset the drum the next time on a different printer, on your printer. It's similar instructions. Well, this is the thing. Yeah, but is it sealed? Was it sealed? If it's open, yeah. Oh, it's got. You're thinking about crawling the bin. That's what you're doing. You're thinking about crawling the bin. You were so confident as well. You're like, I got loads of drum units. Don't need any drum units, Charles. Yeah, yeah, that it goes tits up, goes tits up. And the organised person goes on holiday. But what I would say in the future is to make sure that if anything is taken out of a bag or unsealed, you've got to be wary, because people do that so often. They put the toner back in the box, and then this is the best laugh. I've had people shouting at me, emailing me, Charles, the toner's not working, no toner, whatever, and it's just a used toner. She was telling, I had this woman before years ago, and she rang me up. She said, "You've just sold me toner, and I can't fit. It's not working. It's not recognising it." And my boss said to me, I was working for a company at the time. My boss said to me, "Charles, has she pulled?" He said, "You've got to be very careful with how you present this, but has she pulled the orange strip?" And I was like, I don't know. And I said to her, I said, "Oh, was there any protective packaging on it?" And she went, "Well, there's this orange strip." And I said, "Oh, have you pulled it by any chance?" And I was trying to keep my voice all really high. And she went, "Oh, let me do it now." And she pulled it off. And then she said, "I'll let you know." And she put it in. She didn't let me know. She didn't let me know. She paid the invoice. She carried on ordering. Never mentioned it. User error is a huge thing in the non-original industry, because the non-originals will always get the flack, Deirdre. They'll always get the flack. They'll always get the blame. But sometimes, if I'm being honest with you, people are people. Remember that. You know. But yeah. That's why I don't have a website, though. That's why I don't have a website, because I want people to buy from me because I can help them. you know. And we haven't gone into too much depth about standard versus high capacity, but I do believe using the high caps as well. If you surgeries, pharmacies, whatever, if you use the one that lasts longer, I actually don't benefit from you buying that. It benefits you. It doesn't benefit me because you order less. so it doesn't benefit me. But me trying to help you, I think it stands me in good stead. And then when there's a pharmacy in your your area, and I say, oh, Headford Road, use me, they might go, oh yeah, we know Headford Road. I did mention a pharmacy when you were shouting out the air code. The pharmacy in Galway is Duffy's Pharmacy. Duffy's Pharmacy, Duffy's Pharmacy in Tuam, T. Oh, no, it's Tuam. Right, the one I'm talking about is, yeah, it's in Tuam. Is that not where? That's nowhere close. Okay, so the one that you're talking about, you're in which Mac McShorry's. I've quoted every one in Galway. Okay, there's quite a few pharmacies to be fair in Galway, but we'll just take our time. See, make sure you have a good experience tomorrow. We'll pay the invoice next week, and then we'll be calm about doing a stock order as well. But I'm gonna leave it to it. I really do appreciate you taking my call, and I'm actually glad. I should have called you last week if I'm being honest. I shouldn't have replied. I should have just been like emails. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're not the first. You're not the first. You won't be the last. I had another surgery email me earlier in the week, and they asked me a similar question. They said, "Oh, what does OEM stand for?" It stands for originals, original equipment manufacturer, but it stands for originals. But whenever somebody asks me that question, Deirdre, I always think to myself, "Oh, hang on a second." They're a bit apprehensive, even if they just ask me a simple question. I've done this so many times. So even with them, they're about to spend a fortune on ink, and I made them the offer, but it's up to them. But I just know we had previous discussions with you. With them, I haven't even spoken to the girl that emailed, so I didn't want to ring her because then I felt salesy. With you, it's like we've already got a bit of bit of a background there of conversations, back and forth, and things like that. But yeah, reputation is everything. I'm trying my best. I'll leave you to it. Thank you so much. Have a lovely afternoon. Speak to you soon. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Hi, good afternoon. I was just looking for Mandy. Oh, thank you. Oh, it's Charles. I spoke to her this morning. She said to call back after lunch. Hi, is that Mandy? Oh, sorry. Oh, thank you. Cheers. Is that Mandy? Oh, sorry. Cheers. Thank you. Hello. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Mandy. No, it's fine. The, the No, it's fine. The lady kept coming on the phone saying, Charles, I said, is that Mandy? She went, no, I'm putting you through. And then 30 seconds later, she go, Charles, I said, is that Mandy? She go, no, I'm putting you through. She kept saying my name. Like, is that Mandy? But no, it's fine. So, right. So I sent you an email on, I was actually looking. So Charles at SOS. It was at SOS. Yeah, 8th of July. Yeah, and I also sent it. We first spoke at 25th of September last year. The prices haven't changed. Well, in actual fact, one of them has actually come down in price. The other one has stayed the same in nearly a year. D- Yeah, and then you got to scroll down. Do you know? Yeah, that's the one. 8th of July. Yeah, toner quote. Yeah. So OEM is original equipment manufacturer. That's just a guide of how much you people are paying if that's what you're purchasing. My prices are in red. Oh, okay. I haven't quoted you for those. It's the newer one. Yep. Correct. CF259X is in the quote. The first printer. Yeah, the TN2420 is 40. The TN2420 is 40. Yeah, yeah, 115. Doesn't it sound more expensive? 115 than 40. It sounds more expensive, but you know what's really interesting? But it 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 yeah. Yeah, no, well, I mean, I would argue that I supply them, without any issues. I got a lot of customers, even in County Cork, GP surgeries, Middleton Medi Centre, Rycourt Clinic. Um, I've got a few in Cork, and also Specsavers opticians. I think I might have mentioned them in Mahon Point and Opera Lane. If you walk into a Specsavers in their test rooms, they have a similar HP printer to you in every test room, and they use them with no issues. But at the end of the day, I can't comment on someone else. I can only comment on myself, and I would not supply anything that I wasn't confident worked, because it doesn't make any sense. What I will say though, very quickly, is I mentioned just then I was trying to make a point about the page life. So, for example, the one for 115 sounds more expensive than the one for 40, but it lasts over 3 times more. So in actual fact, the one for 40, you'd have to buy at least three of them for 120. Does that make sense? It's like people see 115 and they're like, oh, that's really expensive. And I'm thinking, no, it's cheaper. The high capacity. Yeah, 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 yeah. Well, that's not how much you pay. You pay over 200. But exactly. Oh, 179 plus VAT. Yeah. So basically, this is the differentiation with paying 179 and 115. The one for 115, you've got to put it in the printer. Three things have to happen. Number one, the printer has to be comfortable with it, so it has to accept it. Number two is the print quality has to be dense and bold, and by that I mean it can't be faint, if that makes sense. And then the third thing is it has to last as long as the original, because if it doesn't last, then the saving isn't the difference between 179 and 115. So there is a print report you can do at the end of the cycle. When the toner starts getting faint, but there's something you can print on that printer, and it'll give you a figure. And if as long as the figure is around 10,000, then you've done well. But if the figure is 5,000, then that's on me. That's not good enough. That's not what you paid for. But that's for the reason I put the page yield in the brackets, so you know what you're purchasing. So it's not just about trying to save money on the first stage. It's about confidence. You've got to build confidence from a place of no confidence. It's one of the hardest things. I've done this for 16 years, day in, day out, Mandy. It's one of the hardest things, but I love it because if people give me an opportunity and it works well, they become customers for years. You know, so you don't rush. Don't rush. In terms of stock, because that's what we spoke about this morning. What what is a foot in the door? What's your stock like on the printers? Because I called you for another brother as well, but you haven't mentioned it. The one underneath the HP, the older brother. I call it the older brother. Correct. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. 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 Yeah, and we'll see how we go. It's baby steps, because I want you to be in a place where you ring me or email me, tell me what you need, but without having in the back of your head thinking, I hope it works. Yeah, right. So it's five. Yeah, the delivery is very clear on the quote. It's above the printer, the HP. It's €5, but it's next day. So I just brought on a GP surgery in County Galway before this call, and she needed it desperately, and it will be there tomorrow by DPD. I do not mess around with delivery, because here in the UK, delivery is not even questioned. for next day. But what I realized very early on in Ireland, I've been doing business in Ireland 12 months, but what I realized very early on is that delivery is not all that it seems to be, if that makes sense. I've got a lot of stories about delivery, but in saying that, Stephen, who's my wholesaler in Dublin, I brought him on board in January, and I've been using him ever since, and he is excellent. Whereas the company that he used to work for, which is a much bigger company, I was working for them for the first 6 months, and it would be very sporadic, and I can't deal with sporadic. I have to be like bing bang bosh, it's in your hand. I can't deal with, if you order for a full set of color and one color's missing for a month. I can't do business like that. It was stalling my business. But luckily, Stephen got in touch with Stephen in January, and we've been doing business ever since. And he's genuinely, because he can get hold of DPD and he can tell him straight. And he has. There's been a few occasions where they've needed a bit of a shaking down, if I'm being honest, Mandy. You know, But I mean, in terms of you, honestly, but then it's weird because in Ireland they'll deliver on a Saturday or a Sunday. They've delivered to pharmacies on a not to GP surgeries, but they've delivered to a pharmacy on a Saturday. They delivered to a hotel on a Sunday. So they did. I haven't asked them to. Yeah, they did. They do. They do. Yeah, because basically, say a pharmacy or say you ordered on a Friday, you would get delivery on a Monday, like normal. But if a pharmacy or if a Specsavers or if somebody who's open on the weekend, like a hotel, if I order on a Friday, I'll tell the customer you'll get it Monday. But then I get a notification Saturday morning, DPD delivered it. So sometimes they go beyond your expectations, and but then other times yeah, a couple of times we've been a bit, the doctor's surgery's closed 12 till 1, and sometimes they've not delivered it, and the receptionist is like, well, the door's open or whatever. But anyway, I'll leave you to it. Yeah, there's no rush. There's no rush. Yeah, yeah. But I need to quote you for the other toner though, Mandy, because you haven't got a price. Yeah, I'm going to send it over. Yeah, I'll send it over. Yeah, no, no problem. The, li, listen, there's no rush, and the question mark over the HP, we need to make sure that that question mark is gone. So at the end of the day, that is a very important thing for the HP. You need to order it with confidence. So, like I said, that could be a good one. Put it at the coal face because that is the one that the brother one maybe is not as much of a risk. Yeah, it might be a while. Okay, okay. We could build up the trust on the brother. We could build up the trust on the brother because it's got to build the trust somewhere. I'll tell you one thing though. If I don't hear off you, are you comfortable if I touch base with you maybe in 8 weeks' time or 12 weeks' time? I don't want to leave it too long, but I certainly don't want to be too quick. Yeah, yeah. Should we say? I'll say 8 weeks, Mandy, and then yeah, because otherwise, I'm terrible at calling people back. Genuinely, when I spoke to you in September last year, I don't think I spoke to you again until July. And I don't want to do the same thing again, but I appreciate you telling me that you're going to let me know. And on my email is my number, my Dublin number, and then obviously you can reply on email as well. Okay, I'll leave you to it. Thank you so much. Speak to you soon. Thanks, Mandy. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye. Hi, good afternoon. I was just looking for Fiona. Re Reynolds. Oh, my name's Charles, from SOS in Cardiff. I was just wondering if she's free. Oh, good afternoon. I've spoken to Fiona before. I run my own independent ink business called SOS in Cardiff, but I don't call very often. In actual fact, I'm not very good at calling people back. But I was hoping, with permission, if I could see if she'd be willing to have a look at the prices again. We last spoke in April. Oh, sorry, I didn't realise. That proves that I don't call very often. Would it be okay to send it to yourself? Would you mind if I did that? I've already got the information. She's already given me the models of the printer. That's why I'm saying I don't need much from you if you'd allow me to quote. It's for the Brother and the HP. Um, yeah, yeah. Do you want me to call you at the start of the year? Yeah. I was going to say, would you like me to call you maybe January, start of the year? And then if you've got an upgrade by then, you might have changed the printers. Because I think before then might be too soon. Are you Dr. O'Flynn? Are you Dr. Sorry, are you Dr. O'Flynn or is that somebody else? Oh, pleased to meet you. I'm Charles, by the way. Anyway, I'll leave it to it. But Fiona's on my notes, so I've got to put she's no longer there. Oh, no problem. Thank you. Bye. 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 Ah, fuck me. Hi, good afternoon. I was just looking for Soraya. Oh, no, it's fine. I'm not in any particular rush. My name's Charles. I spoke to her before, but I'll try next week. Is Monday an okay day to call back, or shall I try later in the week? Yeah, I feel like this is a trick. I think whenever I do callbacks on a Monday, I think to myself, "Don't do it, Charles. They'll tell you off." Monday's the worst day. I call McDonald's, and whenever I call them, they always tell me off. If I call them at 7 a.m., they say, "Why do you call us at 7 a.m.?" It's breakfast. Oh, interesting. Okay, there we go. Yeah. After 2 p.m. Perfect. Thank you very much as well. Much appreciated. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Ah. Hi, good afternoon, Susan. My name's Charles. Um, I'm not sure if you remember me. I supply ink for my business in Cardiff. Um, and I'm terrible at calling people back. So I want to start off with, is now a good time, or would it be best to try again another time? I don't mind at all, honestly. I didn't even want to do this the first time. No, we can do a different day. Well, when are you next likely to need something? Oh no, no. When are you next likely to check stock? Yeah, because well, that's what I'm saying. So when off the top of your head, I mean, will it be in the next couple of weeks or maybe 2 months? Per perfect. Okay, so it's not going to be next week then if it's a couple of weeks. So why don't I try the week after, the week beginning the 4th? What day that week are you in, or do you think is best? I know it's not going to be perfect. Perfect. And would you prefer before lunch or after when the okay, is your phone lines open at 2 or after 2? 2 o'clock, perfect. So I'll try on the 5th, on the Tuesday after the bank holiday. Apart from that, thank you very, very much for remembering me, and I'll speak to you in a few weeks. Honestly, I'm so bad at calling people back. I'm really bad. I get told off about it all the time. It's a really hard thing to do, by the way. Right time, right place. But I appreciate it. Have you got, just out of curiosity though, are you confident that you have my number and my email, just in case you need me? Okay, you're very good at your job. Okay, I shouldn't have questioned you. All right, fair enough. I'll speak to you in a few weeks. Thanks, Susan. Much appreciated. Bye bye now. Bye bye. Bye. Hi, good afternoon, Sinead. Hiya. I was just looking for, I don't know if I pronounced this right. I hope so. Is it Kira? Um, my name's Charles, from SOS in Cardiff. I don't know if you remember speaking to me. You, yeah. But we've spoken before, me and you. Yeah. Take my words for it, because I've written it on my notes, Sinead. No, no, I can't remember either, but I've got benefit of notes. So I put on there, I put Sinead. So yeah, we must have had an amazing conversation. Honestly, the Excel spreadsheet, you should see my Excel spreadsheet. The column with notes on is the most important column in the world, because it sounds like I know what I'm talking about half the time. Kira emailed me earlier in the week. It sounds like you guys were looking at my pricing for the toners. But I've been doing this quite a long time, 16 years. So I get a gut feeling, that potentially you're interested, but you might be apprehensive, due to I don't know what, I haven't had any conversations there, but obviously, with experience, I've had conversations with other people, and I feel like maybe there's a bit of apprehension, or you're a bit I haven't got a clue. Sorry, yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. My email's charles at sosltd.inc. But I didn't want to call straight away. I thought I'd give it, a good rest of the week, because I didn't want to be seen as salesy. But I don't know the crack, but I feel potentially here, just asking one simple question makes me think I know what I'm talking about, when I said, maybe you guys are, interested, but you're a bit nervous. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Exactly. Whenever somebody asks that question over the last 16 years, I always think to myself, "Oh, okay, they're a little bit nervous." I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I could be. I don't know. I could be. You don't know. It could be. It could have meant nothing. It's word psychology. It could have meant nothing. She's just curious. She just wants to know, what's it mean. Yeah. Oh, I told her. Yeah. It means original equipment manufacturer. Manufacturer. It's weird, actually. It should be manufacturer, but it's manufacturer. Manufacture. That's what it means. That. Yeah. No, 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 no. Other way around. So the prices. No, no. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So the prices that are in black are the prices that I believe people are paying. But this is my belief. I don't know, obviously. But the prices in red, exactly, and the price in red. So this is where I'm coming from. I'm trying to develop a reputation in Ireland of quality and service. The price is irrelevant, because if just because it's something is cheaper doesn't equal better. So I have a number of customers. 25% of my business in the last 12 months is from Ireland, and in for your particular printer, I have a number of customers on who have the same printer, and I have a nursing home who actually bought 6 of your printers from. It's very unusual to do that, by the way. It doesn't happen very often, but it's a nursing home that's one of my biggest customers, and they're in. Well, they're in County Clare, to be fair, but the one in County Cavan, I've got a pharmacy in County Cavan, and I'm trying to get on board with more, like, credit union, CVRT centres. But the point that I'm trying to make is, the prices are there, fantastic, but it's not a prerequisite. It's 100%, it's a quality. And also, just to make matters even more confusing, there's 2 different versions. There's the standard and there's the high. So you guys need to be like, okay, well, and then my question was, what's inside the printer? Because does that make sense? So it's a tricky one on email, because I didn't want to send another email, because I'd asked the question. But at the same token, I didn't want to. I'm notorious for not ringing people back, Sinead. I really don't like doing it. I don't, honestly, because people are busy. Yeah. No, of course. Yeah, of course. It's a Dublin number, Sinead. It's 01 265 5191. Yeah. She'll get me on that Dublin number, and also I just want to ask for you to pass on a message from me if you can, if you don't mind. Just say to her that I said if she gets the chance, it is quite important. Just double check the codes that are inside the printer, so then she can match it up with the quote. And the second thing I just wanted to mention, which is very simple, is like I mentioned to you, is I'm trying to build a foundation, and but a foundation takes baby steps. There's no rush. So if you guys are a bit, I don't, again, I'm getting ahead of myself. But if you are a bit apprehensive, then my recommendation is maybe try the black, and then if the black works, try the blue. It may not work like that. You may want to try them all, but I'm confident in them all. But the point is, it's not about saving the money because they have to work, and if they work, then you pay for the invoice and then you save money. But if they don't work, then you don't. I do not take payment off anybody if they're apprehensive. But I keep saying this. You guys might be like, "What the hell are you on about? We're fine." Do you know what I mean? So exactly. So I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit because I think I know it all, Sinead. And I've been proven time and time again that maybe I've been proven wrong a few times. Yeah. When somebody says, "What is OEM?" I always think so. Yeah, I know what they're talking about. I know what they mean by that. They mean a hidden meaning. But yeah, she could have just been asking a simple question. But yeah, 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 yeah. I'll leave you to it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You have a nice afternoon. Thank you. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Hi, good afternoon. I was just looking for Brona. Oh, hi, Brona. I'm not sure if you remember me. I hope you do. My name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business in Cardiff. We spoke at the end of April, but I appreciate you're quite busy, and I'm very bad at calling people back at the right time, which is not a good combination, to be honest. Yeah, exactly. So what I want to do with you is I just want to stay on your coattails a little bit. So I was going to ask, would you be comfortable if I maybe touch base with you if you're not interested right now, maybe in January and see if that's yeah, they've been pants. Yeah, yeah. No, listen, you've been honest with me. I appreciate. One thing I will say to you is I've been doing this for 16 years, day in day out, since March 2009. The first day that I ever started selling ink, I didn't know what I was selling, and I was getting shouted at from the cold calls from people who said exactly that. This was 16 years ago. Hasn't put me off. I've run my own business for the last 8 years. The last 12 months I've been doing business in Ireland, and it's already 25% of my business. Now, every day I speak to people similar to yourself, and the vast majority are closed down, not interested, don't even want to talk about it. But one thing I will say is I think you're in a very good spot because of your bad experience, and I'll tell you the reason why. If I was given an opportunity and it worked well, for example, the printer recognized it, the print quality was decent, the print page longevity was where it was supposed to be, and obviously the prices speak for themselves. But the point is, if we did baby steps and we built a good foundation, I could be on your books for many, many years to come, like 5, 10 years. But it always starts with no, you don't need to buy half a dozen, just buy one. You don't need to buy half. Oh no, no, of course. No, I'm saying I thought you meant for the same printer. My apologies. You start off with the printer that has given you the most hassle. You start off with the printer at the coalface. So you don't start off with an easy peasy printer. You start, in my opinion, you start off with the toughest printer because if I can prove it on the toughest one, then everything else should be a breeze. But that's the way I bring people on. I brought on a credit union yesterday and it was one toner. They normally order a lot more than one, should we say? And I said to the lady, you don't need to order more than one because we need to make sure it fits, it works, and you're happy with the quality. You know, which printer? Let me ask you this then: which printer have you had issues with? Is it the Brother? Okay, is that the one, the HL 2130? Because this printer, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm very impressed you still have it, but it is. We have to be honest with each other, Brona. This printer has been going a while. It's been going a while. So the printer itself is a workhorse. Takes one toner. The drum needs changing every 12 toners. When you tried it, you said leaking, but I have to be honest with you. Normally, you chuck in a toner and it works fine. So when you say leaking, do you mean okay? But could that potentially be the drum that may not have been changed, or something along those lines? Okay, perfect. So the toner, how often do you replace the toner? Because the toner is only 1,000 pages. It looks cheap at €20, but it's only 1,000 pages. So that you must be going. Hang on, bear with me, because on our quote, I only have the one printer, HL 2130. It only takes one capacity. Let me see if I've quoted you something else. I've only quoted you. Bear with me. No, I've only Charles. Sorry. Come back to me. But the only thing is, I don't think I've got the same printer model. Do you know the printer model before you go? I I said the printer model, but can you confirm the printer model before you go? Because I don't think we're on the same page. I think I'm talking about something else. Yeah, it only takes one capacity toner. It doesn't fit the bigger one. It doesn't fit. It literally doesn't fit physically. Trust me. I've had people. No, no. I hope it. Well, I've been. Yeah, brother website says it doesn't fit. Let's put it like that. The manual says it doesn't fit. Anyway, I'll. What would you like from me in August? Are you comfortable with me touching base with you at the end of August, or would you like me to? Okay, but bear with me. Bear with me. Let me. Okay, so the 8th of August is a Friday. Morning or afternoon? When is it best for you? Around this time, or is this too late in the day? All right, okay. You're not going to shout at me if I call you at 9 o'clock on a Friday morning. Okay, you shout at me if I called you at 9 o'clock on a Monday morning. Um, I'll give you a bell on the 8th of August. But my only goal is to get one in your hand, put it in the printer, have a good experience, and take it from there. Simple. Okay. I have got a feeling though you've got other printers though, because you had another location. Okay. Maybe okay, okay. We'll take it one step at a time. I'll give you a call, see if you're willing to try it, and if it works, we'll take it from there, one step at a time. Anyway, Brona, I'll leave you to it. Thank you for taking my call again, much appreciated. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye. Hi, good afternoon, Eileen. I was just looking for Suzanne. Yeah, if that's okay with yourself, I'll leave you my number. Is that okay? Yeah, my name's Charles. Yeah, I haven't spoken to Suzanne for quite some time, so she might not remember me, but the Stead, Stead, uh, is Dublin number is 01-265-5191. Yeah, of course. Yeah, the company's called SOS, and SOS Stead Office Supplies. And I haven't spoken to her for a while, but she very kindly gave me permission to pop her an email in the past, and we've had a few chats about the ink. But like I said, I'm looking on the last time we spoke, and it was in, yeah, correct, yeah, but it was in October last year when I last called. There's no rush. There's no rush. It's been 9 months. There's no rush. There's no rush. A lot can happen in 9 months. I know that 5 times. Thank you. Bye bye. Enter 4. Right, so we're going to go with Mary and Julie. Let's go. Hi, good afternoon. I was just looking for Mary. Oh, let me write this down. Tomorrow morning. Is it on my notes? What time does she normally finish? If I try again, is it I'm just trying to think because on my notes I had 9 till 4. Do I need to change it a little bit? Okay, so th- Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 9 till 4. Thursday, Thursday 9 to 2, and Friday a little bit earlier as well. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. I'll give it. I'll try and give her a bell in the morning. There's no rush though, but I'll try and give her a bell in the morning. Thank you very much for letting me know. Thank you. Cheers. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye. That's still 25. Hi, good afternoon. I was just looking for Karen. Yeah. Yeah, of course. My name's Charles. I've spoken to her before, not for a while though. Could I give you my Dublin number? Would that be okay? No, yeah, I haven't been called a rep for a long time. I'll take that. I'll take that as a positive. Uh, um, yeah, yeah, Y- yeah. Oh no, no, I wasn't gonna. No, I'm in Cardiff. Yeah, no, I'm in Cardiff. I have spoken to Karen before, but I actually am the opposite. I don't call very often. The last time we spoke was actually in November, so I actually get told off for not ringing enough. So you should be saying, are you the rep that doesn't call very often? Yeah, do you know what? It was actually on my schedule to call back in the morning. I was trying to get ahead of tomorrow. So no, 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 that's fine. I'll call tomorrow. I was gonna on my bear with me 2 seconds because it's changed the times now. I was gonna try. Well, on my notes anyway, it says around 11. Is that okay? Or yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly. That's the reason why. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Perfect. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Speak to you soon. Bye bye now. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye. Hi, good afternoon. I was just looking for Adele. Sorry, I was just looking for Adele. My name's Charles. From SOS in Cardiff. I was just wondering if she's free. Oh, SOS, Stead Office Supplies in Cardiff. Hi, good afternoon, Adele. I'm not sure if you remember me. I'm not sure if you will, but my name's Charles. Um, we haven't spoken for a while. I run my own independent ink business in Cardiff. Um, this has gone back a long time. I have to be upfront with you. I'm terrible at calling people back, and I think the last time we spoke was the first time we spoke, which was in September last year. So I first called you on the 20th of September, and I'm not even sure if we've spoken since then. And that, well, to be honest, my notes tell me everything, Adele, and I don't actually have hi Adele, thank you for your time on the phone. I have hi Adele, hope you're well. I called earlier, but I don't have hi Adele, lovely to speak to you. So what I was going to ask you is, I'm trying to get better at this. I'm trying to get my head around this calling back people because I've been doing it for 16 years. Terrible calling people back, but I am trying a little bit harder because things are moving quite well for me in Ireland since we first spoke in September. About 25% of my business is now in Ireland. I've got quite a few GP surgeries, pharmacies. Got my first credit union yesterday. CVRT centres, Specsavers. It's going well, but trying to catch the right person at the right time is impossible, I would say. So I was going to ask you if you'd allow me permission to, well, a couple of things really. I can send you over the pricing, like yeah, of course I can, but the pricing hasn't changed. So since September, and it's not likely to change anytime soon. So what I was going to ask you, two things. You've already answered one. Thank you for that. But I was going to ask you a second thing. Would you be comfortable if I could give you guys a bell closer? And I don't know if you'll be able to answer this, but closer to the time where you think you might need something, if that makes sense. But on my notes though, you said you were going to pass it on to the doctor, and I no, listen, I haven't come back to you. I can't blame them. Can't blame them. But one thing I will say though, I'm sure there's two doctors in your building, so I'm trying to get in with the other one as well. Oh, I wasn't aware. Give me 2 seconds. I've got Jasmine, Dr. Gilroy. Is but where's Jasmine? Oh, but who orders? The, thank God for that. Okay, that's a good thing. But if she remembers me, because I haven't spoken to Jasmine again for a long time, but we have had uh, a good chat in the past, and she's allowed me to send prices. So the only thing is though, is that Dr. Gilroy at Proton.me still working or not? Is this the one that I got for you? Info at psm.ie? Are you my Excel spreadsheet, are you confident if I merge the notes together somehow, are you confident I can delete the Sean Gilroy? Because otherwise I'm going to get confusing. So the telephone number that ends in 3420, I should get rid of. The one that I've just called. 67. Yeah, I got it. Perfect. Now, very quickly, so I'm going to send the email to the info, but interestingly, I was due to myself and Jasmine spoke in March, and she told me to quote in May and in August. So I was due to call her uh, a week after the quote. The quote was on the 11th of August. I was going to call her on the 18th of August. Now what I don't want to do is send an email now because she might be like, well, hang on, I told him to quote me in August. Does that make sense? But change the email address to the info, and then call on the 18th, a week after. But I need to ask for Jasmine. Perfect. I really do appreciate you. Listen, I really appreciate it. It's like a jigsaw puzzle, and you've just going to help me massively. Genuinely, I really appreciate it. You have a lovely afternoon. You have a lovely afternoon. Thank you very, very much, Adele. Speak to you soon. Bye bye. Bye bye. Fuck's sake. He's tough, man.